It is Wednesday, and it's time for relaxing painting with dice and dungeons. And what we're doing today, is I've talked about the last couple of streams, is working on a submarine. This is one of several kits that I've got. I'll be explaining what's going on here in a minute. And as I said, the last couple of streams, yes, it is a flips day. Every day is a flips. No. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays are flips days. Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays are non-flips days. But I will give a flip, and you've got 3 there. It's good to see that you've got that back again, because I know it was missing on Monday. Yes, I'll do a flip in a bit, but let me explain what's happening here. I was given permission to relive my childhood on Wednesdays on an experimental basis. This is the first one of those. And, well, actually not, because I got to do a Fink a while ago. You can't. Okay, well, anyway, 3 days a week are flips days. This is one of those. I should mention that we've broken tradition today. There is no precipitation. This is the first time I'm streaming on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday in I think like 3 weeks where there isn't precipitation. And not to fret, though. Don't fret, because there will be Friday. We're going to have snow and rain again back on Friday, so we'll be back on track then. At any rate, one of the models, other than the Fink Eliminator, which I have here, let's dawdle. Okay, so we're just going to dawdle here a little bit. These Fink are things I did when I was in, scratch the paint off. I have to touch it up sometime. So Big Daddy Roth, produced these in the 1960s, and then they were reissued in the 1990s, and I built these when I was young and was given permission because we didn't have anything primed. It's kind of the torture, it's sort of a torture and torment that it always has to snow when you have to drive. I don't know why. You must have done something wrong, but the precipitation overlords have decided that you need to drive in the snow. It's just for some reason. Anyway, so I had permission to do this, so I did this guy. Okay, I did that a while ago. He's beating on a car. And the idea here is that he's hammering, he likes something. There's a decal set in here with different car brands, so he likes a certain car brand, and he's beating on the kind he doesn't like. Anyway, I did that, and that's done now. I think that was greeted with a great deal of meh. I think meh is the right word. People weren't really enthralled, so I guess I'm not going to be building any more Finks for a while. But I have been given permission to work on this submarine. So this is an original kit from the 1960s. This is one of 2 that I bought. And the reason I have 2 is that it's very hard to find them that are not already started. Okay, and if they're already started, that means that something's been cemented or painted or both, which makes it hard to put it together. So I bought 2 of these, hoping that together I'll have enough usable parts to make one complete submarine. Okay. By the way, I don't know if I can do this. It's upside down, isn't it? But it's fabulous. It's important to know with an exclamation point that this particular kit is fabulous. There's some other wonderful details about this, that it actually fires missiles, and I'm not quite sure what it means when you put the word actually with a word that's in quotes, because usually that means that it doesn't really do the thing that's in quotes, that's like that, but it actually fires missiles. So I guess it really fake fires missiles. In reality, the kit has one of these missile tubes has this little spring in it, and a little lever that pushes the spring down, and there's a latch on it. And then this missile, there are little missiles included with the kit, goes into it, and you can flip the switch, the little latch, and it springs up and it shoots up. I don't know, maybe like that far, kind of, if it doesn't get stuck in the tube. But it actually then fires a missile. One of the things I noticed, when I was young was I ignored the detail. And you'll see that in a minute. There's way more detail in this kit than the painting instructions would let on. But I'm going to set this aside for a moment and do a flip. I've got this tray here. You'll understand that in a moment. Okay, I'm going to raise this up. We want a bigger, field of view today, sort of. I'm going to flip this little cup upside down, sideways, upside down. Oh, yeah, tilted. That one didn't count. Okay, got the flip in. So I opened these boxes a couple of streams ago. Some of you might have seen that and discovered that they're in various stages of, let's just say not quite pristine. This one has the cover art's pretty cool though, isn't it? I mean, you can see the cutaway reactor. So you can see that it's really heating up there in the core, and then this is the heat exchanger, and then the steam goes in here, and apparently you need all of this stuff to turn this hopefully not radioactive steam into something that will turn this little propeller at the back. I thought there was other cool things about this, like some people get to sleep here on top of the torpedoes. I'm not sure who's lucky enough to do that. They've got triple high bunks. Some are way down in the bottom here. This must be an officer's quarter because they've got lockers, double high bunks and lockers. There's even a bathroom. I don't remember that when I built this kit originally, but apparently there are mirrors and sinks and toilets in this kit. I hope they're still here. I hope I can find them. That would be pretty cool. But there's lots of teeny little parts, itsy bitsy little chairs and things. Anyway, we opened this up, and what we discovered was there are in fact two hulls, and that this particular one, they started it. The very first thing that's done is the torpedo room, and that was very nicely all cemented together. All the torpedoes are there. Nothing is painted. The conning tower here is second, and whatever was done here didn't hold, and so it's all broken out. So what might be happening is, depending on the situation with the other kit that I'm going to be opening, I might be forced to try to disassemble this in order to get parts. I'm not sure. So there's that. The thing about this that's important, though, is the hull is hinged. These are the hinges. And the other one wasn't started and painted, so the inside of the hull is probably the one I'm going to end up using, but one of these prongs is broken off. This is a slightly different color than the other one, but it's identical in shape, so I may end up having, if I can't repair the other one, I may end up having to put them together. Other, important things about this particular one is just like we keep finding over and over and over again. People think it's really fun to pull all the parts off of the trees, not in the order in which they're used, but just to do it. And so, these little bitty chairs that are in the dining room, most of them are pulled off. This is an important part, though. That's the hatch of the one torpedo tube that opens. So I might need to use that later. So there are all these itty bitty parts, and I've got a bag of them here, that, including the missile. Let's see it there. That's the Polaris missile there. Anyway, this is going to be, and then there's some double bunks. This is going to be a source of parts of last resort, because it's just, that's a last report of parts. So there's this kit. I just wanted to show it to you to show you kind of what can happen. Somebody decided that even though you don't do this until much later, that it'd be great fun cementing together all of the missile tubes. So those are there. They show the seam, so that all has to be filled in if I end up using these. Anyway, this is here, and that's a source of parts, particularly for the front part here, in case I don't have parts on the other kit. This is fabulous. I'm going to set that aside for the moment. Aside is hard at this point. We're running out of space here. This is fabulous number 2. What we have here, we have the directions, little water stained, it looks like. But anyway, you can see all the exciting stuff. Like, this is the mess deck. Okay, so that's simple enough. But yeah, you get all these tiny little pieces. The thing that is different between now and when I was young was that the painting instructions are really pretty pathetic. Okay, so they tell you things like, paint these are parts of the mess deck. This isn't the kitchen, okay, but it's part of the kitchen. It says just paint it white, okay? But if you look at the drawing, and in fact the parts are like this, there's all these details. There's like cabinet handles, okay? And there's little pots and pans hanging there. And if you just paint it all white, you just get globby white looking things. And you lose all of that detail. I hope I find these, okay, is they have hams, hanging meat, They don't give you any painting instructions for that at all. So everything just ends up staying gray, which would be really unappetizing if all you had was gray plastic meat, right? That would not be good. So, yeah, I think there's like 6 colors here. There's white, black, red, silver, green, tan. I think one of these, yeah, tan. Okay. And so you end up just losing a huge amount of detail as a result of the painting instructions. So there really isn't too much to go on in terms of what is historically accurate paint colors. And I will be very honest, is I am not going to go out of my way to look up historically accurate paint colors for this. I'm going to more or less follow some of these directions and just come up with paint schemes, So yeah, the stove will be white, okay, but I'll come up with a outline, paint the pans. This might be cast iron pans. We'll do that. You know, there's a faucet on the sink, so that might be chrome. So we'll come up with some sort of colors. It's the sheets on the bed are supposed to be white. Okay, so we'll give you white linens, but what color is the rest of this? It's probably not wood. It's probably some sort of metal color. So we'll have to come up with a nice restful color for that. I might, you know, the box kind of gives you a hint a little bit about what colors are supposed to be used, right? So I'll probably go back to the box, and like with all these control panels, they're kind of a light gray color, and then there's all sorts of little dials and buttons and widgets and stuff on them. And I can match, we have paints that match most of this. So there's the instructions. The nice thing about this particular kit, as opposed to the other one, is that nothing's glued in. Yep, so this side of the hull, I'll call it the inside, because it's the part of the hull that will hold all of the things that are attached to it. Nothing's been glued in, so it's a good clean starting point. The other thing you can see here is that there's actually a lot of detail in places that are printed right into the hull, like in the control room up here. And so as I paint this, and each section is sort of a different color, at least according to the box top, I'll be painting in these details. Since somebody went through the trouble of putting them into the mold, well, might as well use them. Okay. The problem with this one, though, is if you remember, the other one had a hinge on the bottom. This one broke off. And so one model, the stand is broken. This model, the stand is fine, but the hull is broken. So we'll just hopefully be able to find the pieces when we get to that. I'm not going to be doing any cementing or painting today. I'm just going to be doing parts finding. And in a second, you'll see a little bit of the challenge that will be coming along with that. As with the other model, somebody decided it would be great fun to break off most of a lot of the pieces. Okay. A lot of the pieces are broken off of the tree. Some important pieces are still here, though. Like we've got the spring. I don't know if you can see that through the bag. I'm going to dump this out a little later, maybe. But there's the spring for launching the missile. And for some reason, on every single one of these, the propeller is broken. And this one, in this little plastic bag somewhere, is the blade of the propeller that's broken on this one. So I should be able to reclaim that. What's different about this, though, is that whoever decided to started painting it. So we have lovely things like the torpedoes, most of them, but not all of them. There's 3 of them missing here. Been started to be painted. That isn't a bad silver. I mean, they didn't do a bad job with that, but the problem is that there's mold marks on these things. There's a seam along the side, okay? And what needed to have been done is that needed to have been sanded down before they were painted, because torpedoes, in fact, don't have these little seam lines on them. So that's not too bad. Only one of the bulkheads was started. This is the first bulkhead that goes between there's one that goes in the very front that has the torpedo tube openings. I think that's here. A lot of parts are on the tree, which isn't too bad. Here, particular piece here is the front of the torpedo room. You can tell because there are hatches for the torpedoes, including one that's open. And what you can see even on camera here is that the instructions say paint this green and paint the fire extinguishers red, and all of the rest of this gets ignored. So there's like hatches for the torpedo tubes that probably should be painted a different color. And there's all of these, there's gauges, okay, with little dials on them, wiring and things. So one of the things I will be attempting to do, and it's very, very fine detail, really fine detail, but what I'm going to be attempting to do is maybe like with a pen, a paint pen, or even just a fine point felt tip pen, is to highlight as much of that detail as I can. I will paint this green because it's supposed to be green, right? As the base color, but then I'll be painting the rest of this detail so it shows. This one got painted green, and it's not well done. You know, it's, I don't know, I'm not sure what happened here. It's not like there was detail that was painted over, but like here, there's little, it's like there was wet paint and sand got on it or something. But there are details, like there's lights here, and those should be painted like lights should be painted. There's a, access hatch, and that should be probably painted so you can see it. A little ventilation louver. On the other side, there's some steps going up to the inside of the hatch, and they didn't even bother painting the fire extinguishers red. Hi, Flying Ryan. Thanks for lurking. Oh, that's really so nice. So yeah, I'm doing the submarine today like I threatened. So if you want to just kind of lurk and maybe check in every now and then, I'd like to hear whether this is something that I should keep doing on Wednesdays, or whether it's just seems, distracting from what we've been doing with the minifigs. If the comments come back saying, yeah, this is okay, why not? Then I'll probably keep doing this on Wednesdays until it's done a year or two from now, at the rate this will be going. And if people say, no, this really isn't what I am here for, then I'll stop and I'll just do it off stream. Oh, really? Okay. Anyway, yes. So this, the other kit that I opened first was not painted, but this is glued in. And so the only way I can recover it would be to tear the whole thing apart, which I may end up doing. But what I'm going to try to do first is, I'm just going to use some emery cloth, and I'm going to, thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I wanted to anyway, when I retired, I wanted to go back to building the models I built when I was in grade school and early years of high school, and so I bought like 40 of them, and they're just laying around the basement, and I didn't ever get to any of them. So the Fink Eliminator was the first of the nostalgia trips, and this is a journey back to like 1965, okay, which tells you something. Anyway, I think I can just use some emery cloth, and I can degloss this and get the ripples from the paint that they used and reuse this, because this, other than torpedoes, which will be fairly easy to fix, this is the only part that's painted. So this is the one I'm going to be starting with, okay, because it's mostly, like a lot of these are still on the trees. Yeah, I do have a bunch of isopropyl alcohol, and that shouldn't bother the polystyrene. Okay, thanks. Anyway, you can see, yeah, so I might try that. I'll try it. I'm not sure what they used on this. I'm guessing that we all had Testors enamels back in 1964 and 65. That's what it was. So if I can clean the paint off of this, I will. If not, if I can't do it with a reasonable amount of effort, like a wire brush, just maybe a toothbrush, even a stiff toothbrush. If it just seems like it's not worth the effort, since I'm going to reprime this anyway, I'll smooth it out. But you can see how you need to prep these things. This one in particular, the chairs, if you can see them, there's a little excess plastic on these, right? When they molded this. So those are the kinds of things that need a little bit of work. There's that. And since I'm talking about all of this, I'm going to be starting with this one and going through it. And what I'm going to want to do is find all of the parts. I'm going to find all of the parts for number 1, the torpedo room, which includes all of this stuff. Okay. And number 2, which is the forward bulkhead in front of the torpedo room, the escape hatch. The escape hatch is very important. And the sail. And the sail doesn't have too many parts in it. Okay. But it is kind of cool in that if you see these 3, they're bigger tubes. These just have little tubes. These parts fit in and they actually go up and down. Yeah. I think I actually might have a toothbrush. So, yeah, other than the electric one. The other thing, and I never did this when I was a kid, is there's a whole bunch of these little guys, little bitty, tiny little figures. There's some of them here. Okay, they are very badly molded. Some have their legs apart, some have their legs like this, some are supposed to be sleeping. I think there's even a couple that might be sitting, I'm not sure. But, if you wanted to paint some people in blue or khaki, depending on what their position was on the ship, I suppose we could do that and scatter them around. And the idea was to give a sense of scale. Yep, I do have my new magnifier. So, I could try to paint tiny little faces on them. There's actually a lot of really incredibly fine detail in this model. So, see if I can find the piece. Okay, so whatever that is, that has a door that opens, so the inside of the door has to be a darker color. We'll have to see where this goes. It actually looks... Oh, I know what that is. Okay, it goes like this. That's a desk. And these are all operations manuals. Okay, so these are all books, manuals. And the way this actually should... And there's a clock. Okay, there's a clock there. Airplane models, yeah, Airfix. I used to do Aurora and Revell. I think that's how it's said, or Revel. We used to call it Revel back in Milwaukee. So this, there's things like this, and if you look at the painting instructions, it says Anne, okay? And you never even know what it was. But the detail, this is really badly molded. It's got an indentation in it. We'll see what it's like on the other kit. But there's all these operations manuals up here. There's a clock. There's a cupboard with a little handle on it here and here. Something underneath the desk. It's probably a chair that goes near it. So that's the kind of stuff that you would just paint tan and glue it in, and you'd never know even what it was. But if I continue this stream, this will turn out probably to be like a half-hour project or more as I attempt to paint the bindings of these manuals and the face of the clock. So yeah, there's all sorts of parts like that. Some of which, well, like this is really kind of sad. Okay, whenever it got molded, it got these indentations in it. So even though the part is there and it's still on the tree, which is nice, it might be kind of unusable unless I might just have to fill that in and sand it down, unless the part in the other kit is better and available. So I'm going to start with this one because this hull is not painted. Between now and next Wednesday, I will be priming the inside of this because I'll be painting this. Yes, it is the much promised submarine day. I'll be priming the inside of this because each section is painted a different color, so I'll be just hand brushing the insides of little bits of this to match what's on the box cover, probably. Maybe the directions if they're helpful. I'm going to end up priming and painting the whole outside of the hull before this is done because this, I mean, it's just plastic and it looks pretty scuzzy, but it would look pretty good with a dark gray paint. But my first task is going to be to find all of the parts. That's why I have this tray here, so I can do things like dump out the baggie of the disassembled. Yes, you missed the flip. I can do another flip for you. So I'm going to be dumping stuff in the tray here, and just to fill you in on all of the stuff. These Renwald subs were done in, let's say that they were done multiple times, many times. So after the George Washington came the Ethan Allen. And if you look at it, you don't even have to look very closely. You can see that it's basically the same model, okay? The only difference is that the hatches for the missiles are hinged differently. The ones on the George Washington open like front to back, and the Ethan Allen, they open to the side. I don't know why they changed that. Maybe when they first produced the George Washington, the missiles were smaller. Maybe they decided that this was just a more effective way of hinging. I'm guessing that this was based on reality, not just not just the model maker wanting to change it. So the box cover got changed. And I know these things are on YouTube. There's multiple YouTubes about these models because they were actually pretty famous. Later on, I think it was the Andrew Jackson. Instead of a hinged hull, it was essentially, again, exactly the same thing on the inside, but there was just a clear, transparent plastic cover, transparent plastic that went over the front instead of the hinged hull. So you glued that on, and you didn't have to worry about hinges breaking, right? And getting it all covered with dust and everything, which is almost certainly what's going to happen. Anyway, I bought this one as a third kit, and in an emergency, if nothing else, I will be able to scavenge parts out of this one as well. Whoever did this decided it'd be great fun to take all of them, almost all of them, off of the trees. It was a little bit unfortunate, though, that they decided that to paint everything. Okay. Okay. Well, welcome back. If nothing else, we will have Flying Ryan watch Submarine Wednesdays. Yes, it is a Franken sub. So yeah, this one was started to be painted. Obviously, it's Tester's green enamel because, it's the same tan, and that's the color tan, right? And the same green that you get everywhere. So I'm not going to be able to use that for that one particular bulkhead, but everything else, it looks pretty much the same, and I should be able to scavenge stuff together. This comes with a parts list. I think, however, that if I were to order some parts, like if I find even with 3 kits, something still is missing, I am kind of guessing, just guessing, that if I were to send this in with the nickel, for the missile room machinery, or the 15 cents for the whole control deck, that if I were to send this in and very carefully note on there how many of what I needed, that postage and handling charge of 15 cents. I'm guessing I wouldn't get the parts. They probably just don't do that. Oh yeah, we could. If something is totally missing, and like if we had one of them and I needed 2 or 3 more, we probably could print them. Yeah. Anyway, the instructions were very clear. Do not send cash or stamps. A money order, you could still get those, or a check only. For those of you who weren't alive 50 years ago, or almost 60 years ago, people could actually paid for things with stamps. So like periscope support tube nickel, plus postage and handling of 15 cents. People would put 20 cents worth of postage stamps, which actually was quite a lot of money in 1964. They'd put 20 cents worth of postage stamps in the envelope because stamps were like currency, I guess. But by the time we got to the mid to late 60s, people didn't like getting paid with stamps anymore. And so usually you would see this warning saying, do not send stamps. So I'm going to put Ethan Allen aside. That's my fallback. I can't find anything else. I'm going to do some interesting facts about your U.S. Navy missile-firing nuclear submarine. It's an unusually long and heavy submarine, even by atomic age standards. So there. Yeah, this was a big deal. For the George Washington, this was something to be proud of back then, is that this could release accurate destructive power equal to all of the bombs that we dropped in World War II. Yeah. The model has been molded in the authentic color of navy gray, but it's going to get painted, because why not? Supposed to use a toothpick, the end of a toothpick, for the minute detailing of nuts, rivet heads, etc. Anyway, this is going to be a little cumbersome here, because there isn't a huge amount of room. But I'm going to put the box apart over there, and I'm going to keep the tray o sorting. That's the box of parts. This is the tray o sorting, where parts will be dumped and moved around. This is the instruction sheet identifying parts, which helpfully have numbers on them, which if they were attached to the trees would help identify them. Okay. And yeah. Okay, I found one part. Look at that. Right off the bat. Just like that. I found. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Look, I found that part. We're off to a rousing start. So yeah, do the tray sorting, and then I have the bowls of keeping. So when I find the parts for the torpedo room, I'm going to put them in the torpedo room bowl, and I'll do the same thing with the inner hull and sail decks. So there's this big part. Almost all the small parts get glued onto it, and then that whole thing, yep, the whole thing is inserted here. The whole thing will go there with the two bulkheads on either side. Yeah, it doesn't fit. That's pretty cool. Well, it really doesn't. So we'll see what it's like with the bulkheads attached. That's the escape place for the escape hatch. The escape hatch goes in later. Okay, yeah. So this is the inner hull. I won't be using this, but I will be priming it. When I prime the parts for the torpedo room and the sail, and depending on how this goes today, I might even go on to this, which is overwhelming. Okay, it's all full of little bitty chairs, tables, kitchen appliances, triple deck bunks, hams. That'll be fun. But we'll start up front here. Yeah, there's still a lot of parts on the trees, so I'm going to, I know this is part of it. I know that's part of it. I know that these torpedoes are part of it. These are parts of the sail where the periscopes and things are. Well, okay. I mean, look at the quality molding here, just all this plastic around the edges. But there's a whole lot of buttons and dials and stuff on that. That's pretty cool. So let's do that. This one I'm going to, Flying Ryan suggested trying some isopropyl alcohol on this to see if that will take this paint off. This is tester's enamel. I don't know after it's dried whether it will be open to that or not. If it had been an acrylic, yeah, but otherwise I'm not sure. We'll see. What I do need, and I knew that I would need it and then I failed to get it, is an X-Acto knife, because what you don't want to do, and is almost always done, is break these things off of the tree. You want to cut them off if at all possible. Like this is already breaking, because when you break them off, sometimes it takes a little, like that, right? Fortunately, yeah, hopefully it'll go in this way so that this edge with the rough spot where it came off of the tree is not going to be seen. But even here you can see there's like plastic that needs to be shaved off. So I have a wonderful supply of many grits of abrasive. I have needle files. And I even have dental tools if necessary. And as I said before, they didn't do a bad job painting these. That's kind of a nice silver, but they didn't prep them. And so the mold marks show on the sides and that. So I'm going to be sanding those down and then repriming them and painting them. Okay. So far I have this part. I have this part. Now I need, and I know where a bunch of the torpedoes are, so I'm going to start with those. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's supposed to be a dozen of them. Yep, so 3 of them are broken off, and 9 of them are still here. This actually doesn't happen until number 2. I guess that's put on as part of number 2. So we'll set this aside. Maybe key things number 16. No. So that looks almost identical to number 16, which is a triple bunk, but this is number 44. So that's a bunk that goes somewhere else. These are parts that come later. I need a place to put these other than bigger, cleaner workbench. Is there anything on here? That looks like the escape hatch that comes later, number 14. Yep, number 14 is the escape hatch that goes in later. (19A). 19A is actually one of the racks for the torpedoes. I found another part. 19A, 19B, and 19. And we're really coming along here, finding pieces. That's the propeller that's broken. And I have the blade in the other baggie. At least it was there. So hopefully I'll find it again. These parts on the trees. That's number 18. Here, that's another piece of the torpedo rack. Is 2 number 18s, and that's one of them. Okay, what I should be doing is probably doing this a little more systematically than I am, right? Yep, I should be. So instead of just digging through there, finding little pieces as I go along, I should probably be taking them off of the trees as I need to and arranging them here so that they are in the same, I'm not worried about the torpedoes, but I am about the rest of it, in the same sort of order as everything else. I need to get the X-Acto knife. I'll be right back. So what I have here is cut upon. I'm going to use this as a surface against which I am going to cut these parts. And what I'm attempting to do, and we'll see how this works, is tighten the blade enough so it doesn't move. I want to leave extra plastic on the part because it's always easy to take that off later, but if by doing this, see, there's a little bit of plastic there, I can trim that off later. But if I pull them off and that leaves a divot, then it becomes difficult. So if you look carefully, you can see that there's mold marks along here. That just should have been sanded down before painting. After I get the parts, this blade is actually too small for the handle, so it's not gripping very well. Okay, so we'll just start over with this. We have a smaller handle somewhere, but I don't know where. There are 3 torpedoes not here. Oh well. We'll open the baggie of parts in a little while and see. Yeah, this is. I can see why people just started this and said, I don't really need this. Ooh, there it is. They're almost unrecognizable because of the amount of plastic on the mold, but there they are. That's the meat, hanging hands, and this is next to it. There's more meat hanging there. These go in the kitchen. That's pretty cool that we've got that. There's the exposed reactor core. I guess, why not? If you make a model, you might as well do that. There's some books and lockers. There's all sorts of cool stuff here. But it's really good. We have the meat. Yeah, so what was I going to do? I was going to look for parts. We have 9 of the 12 torpedoes. I know in this bag, I think there's at least 2. We'll see. Dump out these parts. They're just loose parts that are floating around. Here's one. One. Tiny little ladder. You got the fins. Diving plane. Ooh, that's important. This is the piece that's missing. That's the broken hinge. I was hoping I'd find that. That's the broken hinge on the base. Catch for the missile. I'm only seeing 2 torpedoes. Here's one of the torpedo holder things. Hopefully we'll be able to figure out which one it is. But I'm not seeing, and I know I put it in. There it is. Yeah, the blade for the propeller that was broken. I think the other one's still on the tree. The other control surface. Okay, so Unless there's another one somewhere that I'm missing, we are one torpedo short. And I'm just going to do this sort of systematically, this is the missile, the Polaris missile, by the way. And there's the spring that shoots it. So at this point we need to borrow a torpedo. Borrow a torpedo from one of the other kits. What I'm going to do, let's get the other fabulous one out. Unpainted, is I'm just going to try to pull one off of here. Yeah, these really seem to be much more securely cemented in than most of the rest of them. I'm going to try this a little bit. If I can't get one off, then we go to Ethanol and we just pull one out of there. Because if these are cemented in really solidly, they're not going to be useful. Of course, the other thing is there's always the way back. You say, well, you'll never notice that one's missing, but that's not going to be true. So I'm not going to play with this for too terribly long. I'm just going to give it a go. This one is half off. There we go. That torpedo gave up. And in the scheme of things, there's not much on it. So now we've got a dozen torpedoes. Thank you, unpainted donor submarine model. Oh, okay, you can't see that. You can see all of the parts we're not using, but not so we are. Let's move this over. There we go. So we've got really moving along here. We got this part here, and we've got the dozen submarine torpedoes, and I think now we need to find the bunks and the walkway and the torpedo racks. So there's two 18s and an 18A, a 19, 19B, and a 19A. Through these to see if any of these look like likely suspects. And sort of did. This is an example of the detail on the control panels. See all the little dials and stuff? That'll be fun. And I know I need this part later. Okay, so I'm not seeing any obvious bits. So we're going to have to go to the trees. I thought that maybe was the bunk, but it's not. This goes somewhere else. This one I know we're going to be using. This is the front of the torpedo room. It's not until step 2, but I'm going to take it off now and set it aside because I know we're going to use that. Not sure at all. Okay, what I need to do is go from, I looked through this, and it's not what I need, so that goes aside there. This one has part number 19A right there. And an escape hatch. Yeah, that goes in step 2, so I'm going to keep this here with this one. Nothing else looks helpful at the moment on that one. As you can see, these are not listed by number at all. This is part 18. One of 2 18s. And 18 is near the front. The rest of these are kitchen pieces. There's our periscopes. None of these look like the things I'm looking for. Here's some of them. Parts falling off. That's lovely. What have we got here? We have 18A. It goes underneath the 2 18s. They don't look exactly like they look in the picture, and this is 19. It goes on the bottom there. This was 19B. Above it like that. Now, there are still many parts to be found. We will find them. I knew that's the other diving plane. These are parts of the sail, so those will come up in number 2. Building some things in the box because I know we're going to come up with number 2, so might as well kind of keep them together. How many times we need to go through these? I can actually. I need to dip into the Ethan Allen to get them. I'm kind of surprised I'm not finding the things. Yeah, that's part 17. This is the walkway. That's an important bit. This goes on top of these. Well, actually, from the stairs, I mean, right through the center of the torpedo room. This is one of the racks. Can I tell which one it is? It has prongs on either side, so this is, I think this is 19A. It's 2 that look alike though. do not see the difference between 19A and 19B. Okay? I mean, they look identical. When they had 18, there were two 18s and they were the same. Not sure why there is a 19A and a 19B. So we've got 5 of the 6 torpedo racks so far in the walkway. So we need the bed and another one and another 18. So there's not too many things left here. Let's see what we can find. These are little bits that should be in the bag. The other torpedo, we didn't need to borrow one after all. It's stuck in the bag there. Okay, this isn't it. The bed has, it slopes down. I don't know if you can see it there. It slopes down because it's at the front of the submarine that kind of slopes down, and it's got a ladder attached to it. So we're just going to have to, I don't know. Let's see if it's in here or not. I'm going to pick the bigger pieces out and then dump the littler pieces. We know who inspected it. 11146 space 83. A bunch more little pieces. I'm glad they didn't glue most of these missile tubes together, because those are usually badly done. They don't align very well. They have these little ridges on them that go around. They don't always align very well, and they have gaps. So you need to squeeze them together, and then more often than not need to fill in the little gaps around it. Yeah. More parts. That is a critical part. Put aside. Yeah, just okay. There's that. There's the other torpedo rack. So what I'm missing now are the bunk beds. Really, you would think that would. Is this it? You know, it's just so, it's hard to tell. I mean, it kind of slopes down. It's got these 2 prongs here. It's got a little bit of a ladder dangling down. Not like it shows. It's not like it shows in the picture, you know, where there's a lot of ladder. There's just a little bit of ladder. And then there's this prong sticking out here that seems to have no purpose at all. But it's got that kind of roundedness that looks like it's designed to go into the bulkhead. I can't say with certainty that it's very badly molded. I mean, just really, really done. So this would, after that bit is cleared out, it would go in like this. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what that is. Okay, that might be, seriously, this is getting this to fit. It's going to be interesting. That might be the bar that's designed to be holding fire extinguishers. Okay, so I'm going to say, and it's rounded like that, okay? So it looks like it's meant to go, it's designed, if this goes here, it's kind of designed to do that. But then again, you know, the ladder, unless that broke off, which is possible, there might be a ladder extension that goes with that. I'll have to look. I can find ladders. What we want to make sure is that when we piece these together, okay, this walkway goes in here, underneath here like this, right? And this bunk goes up here like this, is that the ladder is supposed to go down close to the walkway. Wow, that's a nasty climb, right? You're down here and you have to climb this little ladder all the way up there to these 3-level bunks. This is like the I don't know, what is it? It's like the submarine prison or something. It's awful. You're sleeping on top of torpedoes. You have to climb twice the length of your body up to these bunks where you can just barely get in. That's not very welcoming, I don't think. It seems pretty yucky. But it does look like the ladder broke off. Now that I'm looking at it, it does look like there was a ladder, just like in the picture, that went down quite a bit further. So I'm going to see. I think to vaguely recall there being a piece of ladder in here somewhere. Yeah, there. It calls for tweezers. And that was broken off. Lovely. This is really nice. Now this will be a challenge. So there, that broke off. But painting this ladder is going to be a chore anyway. It's designed to give the impression of a ladder. That is to say that the rungs, it's not open between the rungs like a real ladder would be. So that will probably, you know, just to make it look like a ladder, I'll probably paint it like flat black underneath, and then paint the rungs. I'm not going to paint them like red or something like that, but I might paint them dark metallic like steel. There is no color guide immediately for the ladders. Look at the cover. So yeah, that ladder belongs to that piece. Interesting. Okay, what we have here then is the parts for the torpedo room. You got this, you got the 12 torpedoes, you got the pieces for the torpedo racks, the walkway, the bunks, the broken ladder, and the back bulkhead. And this bar that comes across that is there, and this is just really a mess. Okay, I mean there's plastic all around here with rough edges, and this is how it was molded. There's this bit here. You sometimes see these, and they're really annoying. I mean, I can't do anything about the one in the back, probably. The little circles there. But like up here, that's a raised spot. That shouldn't be there at all. That just needs to be sanded down so that it is even with the rest of the plastic. This is where it was attached, I think, to the tree. And yeah, they broke it off nicely, leaving that big spot, that piece there. That needs to come off. And that's one of these things where if I'm not careful, if I cut it this way, I'll cut off a little prong, the gluing prong too, so I might file that. This isn't going to show, but the little raised edge there, it's like a 64th of an inch, half a millimeter kind of, will keep it from touching the surface of the thing to which it's attached. And then there'll be a gap that shouldn't be there. And the gap will be obvious. So these parts need a lot of reforming. And it's pretty cool that I found that the broken part of the ladder was actually here. Just like the broken prop was actually here, or like the broken hinge. So this model seems pretty complete. Even complete enough to have the 12th torpedo. So I didn't have to break one off of the other's submarine. Maybe I'll give it back to the other submarine and I can claim that it's more complete. Okay, yeah. I think I've got all the parts for this trunk then. A lot of part cleaning up. A lot of cleaning up. Mold marks, just extra pieces of plastic, that kind of thing. What I can do next is I'm just going to push these over to the side here. There aren't that many pieces. You want to keep them together. Don't want to lose them there, especially the little hard to find bits. But I'll push these over to the side, and then I want to get the parts for the sail deck. And there's we already found the forward bulkhead with the torpedo door and the escape hatch that goes up into it. Those are attached to the front of the submarine. They're attached to the front of this bit here. They're not part of the sail, but they come in later because they go in apparently after that goes in. Anyway, I'll read the instructions. Yeah, the instructions here are really long. Okay, so what are we looking for? We're looking for some of these tubes. These are all the same. There's 3 of them. That looks like one, but it isn't. Not quite sure what's going on with those. I don't know what those are. Let's find out. Looks nice. They put a number on the piece. Yeah, sorry, I'm just sorting through these. Here they are. There's 3 of these. 3 of these, and what these are these bits here. They glued down into the base there, and these 3 pieces here to be painted silver, as opposed to this, which is painted tan, and the stairwell, which is green. I'm not sure I understand all of what the weird coloration is. Yeah, these they go up and down. They operate more or less, kind of. So there's those. And then I'm looking for a staircase, number 115. These periscopes and snorkels, and whatever that is. Okay. Just going through the parts here. This is the top. It's number 112, so that goes at the top. It's great fun poking at stuff here. I'm not seeing the rest of those. Let's see what we've got on the sprues. Trees. We've got 117 and 116. 116, there is a difference. Okay. Yeah. So 16, there's this, whatever that is. Okay. Is this part there that goes into that, and then it has a cover, which is on 116. This is in the order of things. There's this, and then there's this. This has to be the bottom of it because this other part glues up into it. So they go in that order. See that a little better. And then these guys, actually go up through there. So what we need now, I'm not going to find a little guy. Okay, we've got these 3. I don't know what they are: periscope, snorkel, radio antenna, things of that sort. We've got 114. It's a passway. That's what that is. Okay, that's cool. That's actually, there's probably a ladder inside of this. It comes up from underneath in the control room, and that's a hatch. So that's how you get up. You come up through this passway, open this hatch, and then go climb up the stairs and peek out the top. Cool. So now I've got to find this cone-like thing, and that's going to have a ladder inside of it that'll need to get painted. That'll be fun. Okay. Some of it. This is the bottom. Okay. That's the very bottom part into which these are glued and up from which the passway goes. And on the bottom of this is probably another passway. Cut that off. There we go. That goes there. Okay. And 3 three of the big 109, 10, and 11. Do they tell me what they are? 109 is a radar antenna, and 110 and 11 are periscopes. And up here on the top is a radio antenna, a snorkel exhaust, and a snorkel intake. Cool. Anyway, I've got 9, 10, and 11 here. Just checking to see if they're sufficiently different from each other. 9 and 11 look way similar. But I'm going to try to keep them in order. 9 is on the inside. So these are not well done. That was 11. So 11 is the further most forward. So I'm just going to stick it there. This one goes in the middle. And the way these actually will end up working is they go all the way through these layers, these levels, and they're cemented into that down here. Okay. Actually, I should probably get little pieces of tape, and maybe I'll do that and just mark them. And, you know, I mean, if I'm going to go through all the detail, I might as well be as accurate as this thing is accurate or not, right? And we don't want to get the radar antenna and the periscopes confused with each other. So I need 6, 7, and 8. Those are the shorter ones that slide up and down in these tubes. I need the stairwell and the passageway. Also pieces. Well, I hope when that's cemented in that the warp, see, it's a little bit warpy. That is the passageway, number 114. Cool. And I'll show you that in a second after I take it off. That's the top hatch of the missile that fires. But here's the passageway. And as I predicted, since it's a passageway, I don't know if you can see it, but down inside of there, yeah, you can, is the ladder. So you come up through the ladder and you go up through here and you come out that hatch there. So this goes like that. Well, those two go together. These two just lay on top of each other. Weird. There's like hardly any space between them. The way the passageway goes up like that, and the way it's supposed to look as though you're coming out the hatch on top. That little guy goes there. Now I just need the staircase and the snorkels. I was just looking at the directions, trying to see how this works. These little guys sitting. More missile tubes. Missile tubes are just scattered everywhere. Mm-hmm. They're not there. They scattered around in here. So far, all of the pieces have been here. It would be very weird for those to not be here. We even have the little connecting thing for the thing. I'm obviously missing something somewhere. Get rid of this yucky bag and we'll go through the parts again. This is weird. Yeah, those periscope pieces and the staircase are missing. I even found the hams, but I'm not finding those. I do know where to find them, though. On the other submarine model. And if necessary, keep it out. There they are. Okay. Weird. Completely missed them. So there they are. Those are identifiable. At least each one is different. There's a radio antenna, very badly molded. There's a snorkel exhaust and a snorkel intake. So I don't have to be terribly careful with these in terms of location, because I can tell where each one goes. They are, of course, attached to the tree at the top. They will require a good deal of cleaning. So the way these go is that the snorkel exhaust, apparently that's this one. Yep, that does, because that's really cool. If you can see it there, there's like this half moon kind of thing that this fits into. When it retracts, it fits right into it. There is the supposedly pointed in the picture, pointy in the picture, but it's very much not pointy here, so that'll need some filing. And then there's the snorkel intake, and that too has a recess into which it fits. So in some ways, this model is amazingly detailed, even right down to the way that these slide down into, retract, and fit. Okay. And in other ways, It's just really primitive because the parts don't fit very well. Okay, so what I'm missing now, I'm still missing the staircase, number 115, that goes between the top of this deck up to the very top. And not missing anything else. It would be really surprising if that were missing. Yeah, I'm not identifying it. All other somewhat unidentifiable parts. No doubt, it is still on one of these trees somewhere. Okay, so I need to go through them one more time and attempt to find the staircase. This is great fun. Yeah, I should bring this up so you can watch me pick through the box, right? Here's a box of parts. Okay. I know I've got it in the other box because the whole sail just totally disintegrated when I pulled it apart. So I'm not terribly worried if I don't find it because I can get one out of the other George Washington box. It's just that I'm pretty certain that it has to be in here. So we'll pull through these again. Tables and chairs. This is, it's falling off. Number 71. Yep. That's the very top of the submarine. Yeah. I think that's the very top of it. I think I'd recognize a staircase when I saw one. See it and I don't. Kitchen counter. These are like salt and pepper shakers or something. Tables. That's really weird. But if I pull one out of the other box, it'll be like the torpedo, right? Is that I'll be rummaging around and say, oh, there it is after all. But given that I've been able to find everything, including the broken part of the ladder for that bunk, I'm really surprised that I'm not finding this one. So I'll go through this one more time. And then, that's warped too. We have a lot of warpage going on here. I'm going to go through this pile one more time and then go to the other box and pull it. Oh, there it is. See, all you have to do is threaten it. Say, you are incomplete. Okay, now I need to decide what to do with something like this. Okay. If you look at it, you know that the submarine right in the middle of this doesn't have this little round thing, I doubt very much that that's a feature of the submarine. And it's just, there's no features on this. There's this little staircase that goes up so somebody can stand and peek out the top. Stairs, and then they can peek out the top of the sail. So this is not a lot of detail, but that shouldn't be there. So I think what I'm going to end up doing, when I start really getting into the detail of this model, is I'm actually going to fill that in with a little bit of plastic putty and then sand it down. I'll try to sand it down without losing this little bit of a lip here. I'm not sure that that's part of it either. But anyway, this part is here. And before we go to break, I'm just going to recap what we've got. I don't know, this doesn't look like much, does it? In the scheme of things, it really isn't, but it's a start. So what we have successfully done this morning is found the parts for the torpedo room. We have the bed, the broken ladder, that has to be fixed. That'll be, interesting. We've got the little thing it attaches to. We've got all the 6 torpedo racks. We got a dozen torpedoes. Having found the last torpedo that belongs to this kit, so I don't need to borrow one from the other. I'll just put this one that I took off the other one, I'll put that back in there. Maybe I'll resell. Maybe somebody who's watching would be really interested in this and they would want to buy the other George Washington, the one that's left over after, this one gets put together, as the parts, and then they can buy another 1 or 2 George Washingtons or Ethan Allens or something and build their own. So we've got the forward torpedo bulkhead and the escape hatch. Those have ladders in them too. The 6 periscope radio antenna, radar antenna, snorkels, the mysteriously hard to find staircase, these little parts, the tubes, and the passageway. So we have all the parts for numbers 1 and 2. And what I'm going to do after break is, it's really tempting at this point to go on to the mess and the bunk deck. Okay. I mean, it really is tempting to go on to this. There's lots of tiny little pieces in all of this, including meat and hams and coffee pots and just a water cooler. That's what that is. That's so cool. That has to be, that's a coffee urn. Sorry. Yeah, the coffee urn, that has to be painted aluminum. There's so much of this. And what I want to do is prime it. Oh, that's where these go. Okay, I was wondering what these bits were here. These things here are the base of the periscopes. So what I was, I was going to prime all of these and then start painting detail. And there isn't, it's really tempting to do this part too. Okay. To write all of these pieces and prime them with a spray primer without somehow knocking them. They're so tiny. Without just blowing them away and just making them disappear. It's looking how this is supposed to come together. There's this, then there's a kind of the officer's mess here, and then there's this with the kitchen in the background and the coffee urn. This goes in front of it, I guess. There's bunks. On the cover, there's actually a bathroom. It's supposed to be a bathroom in between, but I don't see it now. I don't know. I mean, I don't see a whole. Maybe they're built into the bulkheads. So it's sort of tempting to move on to yet another section. This, if you look at it, this is going to take. I'm just overwhelmed already by the amount of detail here and here, and how painting this is going to be a challenge. You know, if you look at the instructions, it's like you paint these silver and you paint the bunk sheets white and the fire extinguishers red. And what do you do with all the little books and lockers and chairs and stuff? Anyway, yeah, I'm going to take a break and then decide when I get back if what I want to do is just prep these things up, you know, just clean them up because they're really messy, despite the amount of detail that you see in the molding. I mean, in the design of the model, like the ladder on the inside, the ladder on the inside of the escape hatch, you know, or all the wiring and I guess it goes like this. No, those are fire extinguishers. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess it goes like this. All the dials and everything, all the detail that they have put into the design of this. And then the molding process just leaves big chunks of plastic all over the place that need to be filed and sanded down. I just find that a little bit odd. Yeah, so the question is, do I clean these up and then prime them and then start diving in, painting them, and getting these first two sections done? Or do I go on and find all of these pieces for the mess deck and the bunks? At least this is simple, right? All of these pieces for the mess deck and start and get those primed as well. And then probably spend the next month, especially here in the kitchen, painting these things. I'm not sure. It'll be really easy to lose these little guys. I'm going to have to, if I do this, I'm going to get a separate baggie for each of them. I might put these all in one baggie because there aren't that many parts, but this would require that. Anyway, I am going to take a break and decide which way I'm going to go first. But first, I'm going to test this. I've got 5 minutes. Get the isopropyl alcohol. Do is see if this green paint responds to it at all. Thinking it might not. These are old testers enamels, and if I recall, when I was using them, you needed to have special paint thinner, not like the acrylics. Yeah, the alcohol is. I mean, I'm getting a little bit of a green bit on this as I'm rubbing it. It's not like it's coming off. These are tough paints. Uh, so you've got these things. They're way in the back. Probably won't show, but just these mold pieces, these mold bits, um, little circles that are very unnatural. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to sand this down to a smooth surface, recover as much of the detail as I can. Like I might use a file on these steps a little bit just to roughen up the surface. And when I get it smooth and the detail is, not gummed up like it is around the lights here, I'm just going to prime over it. And I think it'll be okay. But those enamel paints, I'd have to use thinner that, if I recall correctly, the thinner from the paint actually kind of melted the plastic a little bit. So, yeah, that's not going to work. Not quite like the acrylics do now. I'm going to cap that up. So, yeah, success so far. It doesn't look like there's a lot of pieces, but the pieces require a fair amount of work to get cleaned up. Like there's these flat surfaces are on the bottoms of all the torpedoes, and that wasn't put there just for them to go onto the torpedo racks. That's part of the molding process. So those will all be sanded down. The torpedoes should have little propellers on them that I could paint bronze, but they don't. This bit is the broken hinge. And if I can repair this, it doesn't have to be really, really strong because I'm not planning to open and close this thing. But if it holds well enough to go onto the hinge, then I'd really like to use the hull that matches this. I tried the hull from the other George Washington, and there's a warp in it, and it doesn't fit very well. I can't say that this fits very well either, but it fits better than the other one. Yeah, so this has been kind of a success. And I'll check upstairs to see whether I should just go ahead with what I've got so far, or whether I should do the mess deck. The mess deck looks just like a lot of fun. Coffee urns and lockers and hanging meat and salt and pepper shakers and itsy bitsy tiny little chairs. Yeah, that might be a lot of fun. Maybe I'll answer that question by just cleaning these up. And if I get these cleaned up and there's still time in the stream today, that'll be the deciding factor. I'm going to clean these up. We'll see how far I can get. If I get all the cleaning up done and there still is time, then these will go into a baggie for safekeeping and priming, because they will get primed between now and next week. And I'll pick out the parts from the mess deck. So that will be the deciding thing. How long does it take me to clean these up? So, break time. I don't know if you're enjoying watching salvaging a submarine or not. The process of finding the pieces, doing some recovery work, examining the detail and what needs to be done next, it's all been kind of fun. And we'll do this. We'll do another section and we'll start painting. And that will be a challenge, but that'll be kind of cool too. Get these things like these escape hatches that end up going in here like that. That's how you escape up the ladder, out the hatch. I don't know what that is. There's one on the side like that. Yeah, there's mold marks all over the top of these things. So, given the amount of detail, the quality of the molding is not great. Yeah, need to take a break. I'll be back in like 20 to 30 minutes. Okay, back from break. So what I'm going to be doing here is actually the first thing I want to do is there's this piece that was broken off. That is just amazing that we found it, because that's the part that was broken for the hinge, and that's an important piece to have found, and we'll repair that at some point. Yeah. So the thing I'm going to be doing next is cleaning up all these pieces, because despite the detail of the design, like the incredible detail on this, okay, the molding process was not so hot. So we end up with torpedoes that have lines running down the sides and points that need to be fixed, and these little round things that shouldn't be there. And what I've got are some needle files. These are pretty decent little files. I'm going to pull out this flat one. It's kind of rounded on one side, just flat on both sides. These aren't like extremely fine files, okay, but they're pretty good, and I think that will work. And I've also got a bunch of I know it just looks like kind of scabby, but all these little pieces of abrasive paper of various fineness, including a polishing one, which is kind of nice. And so I'm going to just get started on these. Like this one has, fortunately, plastic is fairly soft, and I don't want to go at this with a knife, okay, because then it could end up just cutting off more than I want. But I can get the bulk of it down like this. But you can see, I don't know if you can see it there, but there's a ridge on it, the mold mark, and it just, given the amount of the fine detail that went into the design of this, it would be a shame to not clean this up. 50, 220. Looking at what I've got here, I think 220 would be okay. Not much, but I'm not even necessarily trying to take all the paint off, but I want that there. See that? And then that makes that little line. That mold mark line disappear, which is what we're going for here. And I'll probably just, I might, because I'm gonna prime this again, but we'll do that. Let's clean it off. Try to get it as pristine as possible. So yeah, I get to do this for a while and get the mold marks to disappear as much as I can. Pretty boring watching this, but it makes a big difference in the finish. I know that, I mean, anybody who does this stuff really seriously would see this as being pretty primitive prep work. I was just looking at a hobby shop. Nikki and Alexis went to a hobby shop yesterday to get me some new brushes. And, instead of this kind of needle file, they're incredibly fine polishing files, like $40 for a little file for a model. And I'm just not at that level. I think the 3 submarine models that I did, you can't really see what I'm doing here, can you? I'm going to back this up. I am sanding mold marks off of the torpedoes. And I think I was saying, I could buy files for $45 a piece to do this sort of thing. And it would, it's just amazing what you can do sometimes with the detail of these, but I don't think I spent $40 on all 3 models when I bought them 5 or 6 years ago. So yeah, I am not that level of modeler. I am at the level of, if the designers went through all the trouble of putting that detail on the bulkhead, I should at least go through the trouble of attempting to paint it so you can see it. Okay. Or if they went through the trouble of molding a ladder into the escape hatch, I should at least, paint that so you can see it. But, I'm trying to get rid of the lines on the torpedoes so that they look like little pieces of molded plastic. Okay. Well, so those of you who are watching Relaxing Painting with Dyson Dungeons know that I want it to look good, but I am not of the skill level to be worthy of $40 or $45 files to be cleaning these up. I am of the skill level of using 220 sandpaper excuse me. One of these was 220. 180. I lied. Okay. I thought I had a 220. Okay. Well, it is this. And, if I really wanted to, I could use this really fine stuff at the end and polish it. But I think this will do. Yeah, so just getting the lines off of it. Yeah, I'm sanding it lightly enough. I'm not, making it look not round anymore, but just doing my best here to make that happen. So the plan is, since this has 1 million parts, is that I'm going to clean these parts up because these are the first 2 sections of the model, the torpedo room and the sail. They're pretty simple and straightforward sections, relatively speaking. So my plan here is to get these parts cleaned up, and then between now and next Wednesday, prime them, and then paint them. And the next section of the model is actually really cool. It's the mess hall, and it's filled with stoves and coffee pots and hams and things, hanging meat. That's how it shows up on the instructions, meat. Yeah. So yeah, you can I mean, this is particularly bad. You can see the ridge. I'm sure you can see it even on the camera there. We used a file on this. This is where the thing attached to the tree, and they all have this thing sticking out the front, protuberance. I like actually that that the extra plastic is there, because if each of these torpedoes had a little divot in the front that needed to be filled in, that would be another level of challenge. Actually, that on this, it isn't even that there's a ridge on it. It's that one side is actually higher than the other, because as I'm sanding it, and it sands off the high end, and it's not, the sandpaper's not catching the other side. So they all have this little roundy bit here that I can hide that on the bottom on the torpedo rack, but it's just still kind of annoying that that's on there, because they don't come with little round circles. Torpedoes don't come that way. There's still a little bit of an indentation there, but the raised edges are off, so it is largely now invisible. Yeah, I'm not necessarily trying to get all the paint off, because I'm going to be priming it. The paint that's on here is old-fashioned 1960s enamels. You can't really melt it off without melting the plastic. It kind of sands off. But like with this here, there isn't much that can be done with that other than sanding it smooth again. And that's what I'll be doing, is sanding it smooth where the paint kind of globbed up. But that's the only part on this model that's really been painted, and painted kind of badly. Everything else is unpainted, so if I can find all the parts, I can't do a perfect job, but I can do a better job. Feel if I've got mold marks done. Yeah, this will take a while to get this done. And that's just fine. I mean, I can get these primed, and we can start painting these and get the first two sections completed, and then I can work on the kitchen, the mess hall. So the two, it looks like, looking at the model, that the two areas of the highest detail are the mess hall and the control room. High detail area number one will be the mess hall, because that's the order in which they appear in the instructions. I should be not counting these down. This is 3 of 12. 3 of 12 means that I am 3 of 12 doesn't sound like very good progress, does it? But 25% does. Well, a quarter of the way through. That doesn't sound like it's unachievable. I can't see if I'm getting them off completely, the mold marks, but I know that it's much better than when I started. So better than that is, well, better than when I started. So weird circular things, little circles keep showing up on a lot of these pieces, and some of them, like on the stairway, I think just are really not good at all. So I think I'm going to try to, when I'm done with these, I'm going to do that one just to show you what I'm going to try to do with it. Yeah, this little raised parts is almost like fins really show with the silver paint. Let me check it on these fins again. One of the others parts kits that I bought, the Ethan Allen, these torpedoes, some of them, the mold mark is so bad that it looks like it has fins. Like this fin here extends all the way down the length of the torpedo. Number 4 of 12, which is a third of the way through. Third of the way through doesn't really sound that much better than a quarter of the way through, does it? Although it's a pretty big jump from a fourth to a third, just like that. Boom. But before there's another jump, which is halfway there, I've got to do 2 more. I'm back from brake flip. How many flips do you think I'm going to be doing in this? There's no place to do a flip. I got everything covered here. Sorry. That was good asking, though. Should make this piece of sandpaper a little smaller to be easier to work with. The last time I used sandpaper on a model, I just cut it up into tiny little squares, finger sized. I don't know if that's an appropriate way to do it or not, but I found it easier to control that way. There. Small circle. In some ways, having the silver paint on this makes it a little easier because it can see the parts that aren't sanded. Click on. Saying earlier that if they really wanted to make this detail, they should have put tiny little propellers on the backs of the torpedoes. It makes it even more difficult to paint. So the torpedoes are pretty easy to do. They're just silver with a red nose cone. Most of the rest of this, like the torpedo racks, those are just painted a solid color. I think they say tan. I'm going to have to consult the box top, and I'm going to try to get the color palette close to what's on the box top, because when they say green, different parts of the submarine seem to have different colors of green, none of which are this green. It's a much lighter color. So that's a third. The circle on this one is particularly bad. Look at that. You guys are going to pay extra for flips, huh? Okay, I'll do a flip after I'm done with half of these torpedoes, and I am done with 6 of the 12. Then I'll figure out how to get a flip on here without knocking everything off. Use the file on this one initially. Raised edges raised more than usual, and the divot is down more than usual. Little tray provides a nice handy surface on which to do this anyway, in addition to holding the parts and keeping them from running around all over the place. So in addition to cleaning this up, which is what I'm doing here, getting rid of the mold marks and stuff, there's some things that are broken, like the ladder on the bed, and miraculously the broken part of the ladder was actually there. That was just really surprising, because I remember when I was dumping these parts, I remembered seeing this ladder, and I thought, well, there's ladders throughout this whole thing. That was just part of it. But no, that was the part that broke off. And that means that I can repair it. And I will have to decide if I'm going to use, I could use contact cement as opposed to the model cement, which I used with some success on one of the minifigs. If you remember on Monday, I broke a crossbow, and one of the replacement toothpick sword that I had fabricated came off. And the contact cement worked pretty well with a tiny thing like that, because there was enough give so that if it wasn't perfectly positioned immediately, okay, like you need to do with super glue, there was enough give to be able to move it just a little bit, but then it held right away, so I didn't have to hold it for like 5 minutes. So if I do it with model cement, I might have to hold it longer than I can realistically hold it steady. So I might try the contact cement approach again. But I'm going, whether I have time on the stream or not, I guess I've got more than an hour, so this is coming along pretty slowly, and I'm sure, there's not much to see on the stream other than me rubbing sandpaper against tiny little silvery torpedoes, right? That's not that exciting. I might try the contact cement thing on the ladder, but I'm not sure what its long-term holding power is like, because model cement isn't really a glue, it's a weld, because it actually it melts the polystyrene plastic or whatever this stuff is, which is why you have to use it very sparingly, because it can really make a mess of everything, because it dissolves everything it touches. So if you get it on something you don't want, the surface, especially a smooth surface that you can't paint over or polish, it can really make a mess of it. That's why they sell now clear cement for clear parts. That was always a thing when I was a kid making these models, is like gluing the canopies onto planes. Inevitably, it just, the cement, because it was tube cement, so it wasn't even this nice liquid cement that comes in these tiny little bottles with a fine tip. Okay, this was tube cement, and we picked it up with toothpicks and pins and stuff to spread it around. Yeah, it just made a mess of canopies. Now there's special canopy cement and all of that. There might have been back then too, but I was living on a limited budget. Very limited budget, even by 1964 standards. It was a big deal when I got painting models. Wow, that's a thing to do, I think I still got a bottle of paint from back then, or not too terribly much later. I think it was like 49 cents or 39 cents or something for a bottle of Tester's enamel. Those days are gone. Anyway, yeah, limited budget. We'll see. I might just use the model cement on it, because that's what's supposed to be done. But I want to definitely want to fix that ladder. That's, those were the day you cemented it and then clamped it, and there, 50%. So I said I would flip something. I'm going to flip this spare torpedo This is one I stole from the other George Washington that I don't need because I found the one that went with this kit. Put this one back. After I drop it on the floor, I'm going to put this one back in the other kit so that will be more complete than it would be without it. Yep, well, here we are. Halfway through fixing the torpedoes. I don't know if you, I mean, you can see that not only do you have the fins on the side, this one has good fins, but you got this thing on the point, and if somebody didn't go out of their way to get rid of that, it would look really, really sad. Like a whole lot of projects, it turns out that your preparation time is usually something like twice as long as doing the actual project. And then cleanup takes as long as the project, so that the project itself takes 4 times longer than the total amount of time you'd spend doing the thing you were doing. They're going faster now. I don't know if that's because I'm being less careful or because I'm getting better at it. This one seems particularly uneven. So sometimes it's not even that, it's not just that there's a line, but that the two parts, the two halves where the mold comes together are actually misaligned a little bit. Like in this case, this one. So that one side is actually a little bit higher than the other. So it's not just getting rid of a little bit of overhang, it's getting the two parts leveled with each other. One time, one of these streams not too long ago, I talked about, the difference between design engineers and manufacturing engineers, and how sometimes the design engineers they get so excited about doing something that is like cutting edge, totally cool, new materials that have never been used before, impossible tolerances, that kind of thing, just because, right? And then the manufacturing engineers get blamed for all the problems that happen because of cost overruns during manufacturing, new tooling costs, scrap rates, that kind of thing. They end up paying the price for basically a design that could not be built, at least reasonably. I'm not saying exactly the same thing here happened, but the disconnect between the design and the production is pretty startling, really, in that the level of detail in the design is obvious. It's just really amazing. But the manufacturing process in some ways captured the detail really well, and in other ways was really sloppy. Like when you have torpedoes and the two parts of the mold come together and they don't align, and you've got one side of the torpedo ridged up above the other. So, yeah, a little bit of that same disconnect between design and execution here. sometimes it's just the opposite. Just it's not to say that the design engineers are at fault for always making something impossible to build, or that the manufacturing engineers, the production engineers, like in this case, are not careful. I mean, it can go in any direction. It's just that sometimes you can't say it's a thought that counts. Okay, you have to have a realistic coordination and cooperation between all levels of this in order to make sure that whatever you're getting is designed nicely, but also that it can be produced nicely. In this case, the disconnect is pretty clear. There are some parts, like when we get around to doing the mess hall, I looked ahead, like the chairs, they're impossibly tiny little chairs. You recognize them as chairs because they're chair shaped. Okay, but there's as much plastic attached to them mold as there is actually the chair itself. So I wonder if all that powder there is, some of it's silver paint, which I hope is a non-toxic metal. Some of it's the plastic that I'm rubbing off with the paper as I smooth out the surfaces. Okay. This is number 9. Number 9 is 75%. 75% sounds like we're really moving along. And in fact, we are, because that means I've got quite a few more done than are not done. This one wasn't even painted. I'm guessing what happened is that this one is one that fell off. They were painting them still attached to the tree. And this one looks like it probably fell off before they got around to painting and just missed it. Fell to the bottom of the box or something, and then they're slapping the silver paint on. This one didn't get any. Is, makes it a little bit easier to see the wall lines, and other ways sometimes sort of not. Really obvious with the silver paint. The parts I'm most concerned about, kind of double checking them, is back here by the fins, because it's really easy to get the front of the torpedo while I'm holding the back, but it's not so easy doing it this way. These are covered in dust. Before I prime them, I need to make sure I wash them. I'll probably give them a little rub down with isopropyl to get my fingerprints off of them as well. Okay. 10. It's 10/12. 5/6. That sounds really close to being done. 5/6, because 5 and 6 are really close to each other. They're both moderately sized numbers, so 5/6 sounds getting close to complete. really hyper about the detail of this, I would not only sand these little circles down, but because there's an indentation that's left over after getting the rim done, so I would take a little bit of filler and fill in that indentation and then sand that down later. But that's going too far for me. I just want to make sure I don't see fins on the sides of the torpedoes when I put this together. I mean, other than the little fins there, those have to stay because those are fins. I mean the mold marks. Could be appalled at this. I'm using much coarser sandpaper than probably I should. I'm getting rid of the polish on the surface, but I also do want to get it done sometime in this lifetime, however much of that is left. Okay. 11/12. 11/12 sounds really close to being done. Those are two big numbers right close to each other. So the psychological effect of 11/12 is pretty good. That means, yeah, way closer to finishing than when we started. In fact, almost completely done. But these are all molded. You know, there's a big mold that included the tree. And so some of these have, you know, just a little like fin, like I called it, that goes across it. And some of them are just not aligned at all. And you'd think that they would all be alike, but each individual torpedo had its own mold and its own mold issues. Not that there is mold on any of this. Need any mold, and if so, it's been sanded off. You can see what happened here is I sanded off the ridge around the hole that I kept talking about, and the circle, so like a little crater almost, and you can see that there's an indentation there that if one were wanting 100% perfection would fill that in and then sand it down. I only want about 85% perfection. I think I'm going for a B, you know, a solid B, might even in some parts B minus, you know, in terms of getting this done, making it look good. I don't want sea work, not going down to sea level. Huh. Which is funny because this is a submarine, which means it's always below sea level. So maybe I should be satisfied with like a D or an F minus or something, right? No, I'm striving for a solid B in terms of quality of of work on this model. I want to show the detail as much as I can with my skill level, pull off, and yeah, try to make it look a whole lot better than I did in 1965. Got better paint, got better brushes, I've got magnifying glasses and goggle, things that go over your head that magnify, not just magnifying glasses like you hold, like Sherlock Holmes kind of thing. I don't have that kind of magnifying glass. Well, actually, I do have that, but I'm not using it here. Right? Okay. But I've got magnifying lenses that I wear on my head now. That was a gift. Because it's like magic. If I complain about something on the stream for like more than 5 times, I think that's about it. Like, I really should do this, and I say it like I should get a better brush, or I bet these magnifying things would really help. And I do that like more than 5 times, then somebody in the family gets them for me. And that's how I got my better brushes, and that's how these magnifying lenses showed up. Okay, so this is 12 of 12. I don't think I'd mentioned that earlier. This is the last of the torpedoes. Once I finish cleaning this off near the back end here, we'll go on to another piece. Sometimes you sand these things, and it's not just that there's a raised surface, but actually because the mold mark kind of goes down into the model, so it looks like there's still a line there. And then you finger over it, and it isn't. That's what I was looking at there. Yeah, there's surprisingly few pieces to these two sections compared to some of the other areas, like the mess hall, which is just filled with tiny little pieces. One just seems to be, just not cooperating. I guess it's not unusual sometimes, like if you're doing a bunch of the same thing over and over, the first couple, it's like, oh, I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. And then you get kind of a technique down, and they're really moving along. And you go, oh, this wasn't as bad as I thought it might be. And then you get to the very last one, and the very last one is the one that doesn't work. It's like, this is the one where the nut doesn't fit on the bolt, and it strips the bolt. Okay. Or you're taking something apart, and you get all the other nails just sort of pop right out, but then you get to the last one and it won't come out. Yeah, this one was acting like that. So there's 12 little torpedoes. Okay. These are the torpedo racks. And looking at these, what you've got is just just little bits of stuff. Like, this is where it was attached to the tree, right? So that just needs to come off. And then there's little raised edges all along here that don't need to be there, because that's how the mold was formed. So This is really cool. So talk about detail. Okay, these are the things where the torpedoes nest, and there's even on each one, on each corner, there's a little tiny bolt, the head of a bolt. That's amazing. Okay, so there's this tiny little head of a bolt. Can you see them? On each corner of these little things where the torpedoes rest, but at the same time, the space between them has a raised mold edge that's just as big as the detail of the bolt. It's gone. So I'm not sure, this is when the torpedo rests on those, you can almost see them from the side. So I'm not sure when I paint them. This is probably painted after it's put together. I'm going to say in real life, this probably was painted. And so these little bolt things, or maybe they were cushions. I mean, they could have even been like, this is metal, and those might have been like little hard rubber cushions. I have to decide whether I want to paint those so you can see them or not. Anyway, it was interesting seeing that happen, pop up. Wouldn't have noticed them otherwise if I hadn't been looking at, the detail of the mold marks and stuff. This is the part that attaches. This is the part that shows. And so something like this, where check the other one too. It's not just the sides. A little raised area here that doesn't need to be there. That's the very front of it, and the very front of it. It's not too bad. It's supposed to look like a welded metal. Okay. And I guess it's okay that these little pads extend over the front of it. But it also happens that that's where it attached to the tree. And so there's an issue there. So it's not just a matter of filing that down to the same level as the top part of the holder, but it needs to be filed down below it so that it's at the same level as the underside. Particularly bad. Sorry, I was paying attention to it there. I can't. There's no real overlap there. Sometimes there's like an overlap, a little plastic there, but these seem to be okay. These have those little circles in them as well. Those are going to be very well hidden, okay, because these torpedo racks are really close on top of each other. the instructions just to show you. Yeah, there's two sets of torpedo racks. There's one that goes way in the back. Okay. That's on the other side of this walkway. So those go way in the back. And then these others stay in front. The ones I'm doing now are the ones that are up in front. So the ones I was cleaning up were these, where these bits show. Okay. Now I'm cleaning up these that go up near the front of the model. So these show pretty well. Yeah. Particularly careful in smoothing this out here. Now, since those other ones I showed you, those little like bolt heads or cushions, whatever they were, yeah, they have them on these too. So these are up in front. Anyway, that I might just, if I paint, I think these are supposed to be painted tan. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. Some sort of brownish color. I'll pick one that matches the cover and is one of the paints that we already have. But I might go through the trouble of actually painting those little bolts or pads another color, because somebody went through the trouble of putting them in the design. It might only be fair for them to actually be seen. This isn't the finest file in the world, but it did the job there pretty well. But it looks like it wasn't really clear. If you look at this, there's a little protrusion there that's not on the other side. So since it's not on the other side, I'm guessing that it shouldn't be there. The others don't have this. This is where it attaches. This is where it attaches to the bulkhead, this end. Yeah, okay. So I'm looking at this and I can see here, if I look at it from this angle, that that's a protrusion that shouldn't be there at all and needs to be cleaned off. This side a little better. Yeah. And they match a little better now. See if there's any obvious seams or anything stick out where they shouldn't. Like here, it's just a little bit more plastic than there should be. Right there. It's going to be right up front. This will be right up front of the model. Let's say that should be even across like that. Yeah, and the same thing is going to be true here. This is great. So that's where the it attached to the tree, and this is the front that will show right in the front. So the design engineer, I don't know, maybe they had a different designer working on how these will fit on the trees, but that was a bad decision. The part that would show the biggest flaw, which is where it comes off of the tree, is one of the most obvious spots. Can you say? I think I got that cleaned up pretty well. The line there is, yeah, I mean, that'll do. So this will be sitting like this, showing this side. Okay, and then this one, I don't know, this one is different. It was attached on the other side. Go figure. What I'm doing here is just even making sure that it's even all the way across the surface of these little protuberances. Because there's a tendency for the bottom part of it to fold out a little bit, which is not how it would be if it were a real piece of metal. Bit there where it attached to the tree. Okay. So look at these again. Let's make sure that this is, since this is the part that's showing that that's even across. In this particular case, they were definitely not. Kind of roundy bit. Looks unnatural, but that's how it was designed. You won't be able to see this because this will be on the back, but I want to do the same thing. And just make it look less like a piece of kind of loopy plastic and more like this is the end of a piece of metal that's attached. Okay, so we've got the 6 torpedo holder things. I didn't do the same thing here, and I really need to. I'm just going to go back and get rid of that little lip on the bottom. That is not appropriate to what it is. This is the back of the way back. Well, definitely not see that, so I'm not going to mess with that too much. But this shows. Then what I'll do is the little walkway. It goes between the two sides of the torpedoes. that. Then there's this, and this is okay. I mean, it's just a square piece of whatever. The bottom has a number and these round things on it. You won't be able to see those. This is this somehow, yeah, it attaches here underneath the stairs like that. But there is this little bit from the tree here that needs to be flattened, and you won't be able to see this side at all here because that goes up against it. But if that's protruding, then you definitely see it. And what we have here is the same sort of thing where these little things come out, and there's just like a lip of plastic there that it just doesn't need to be there. So we'll just file that down flat so that this all looks like one piece of metal instead of metal with a little lip attached to it. Because for some reason, it's just a little over there. And that will show up when it's painted. And now it won't. So there's that walkway. This part here, yeah, there's just, this is going to be cemented on. And if there's gaps here, this actually goes inside of the rest of the model and is essentially invisible. I think it's put in here just because otherwise it would be next. It gives it a double helix appearance, but I think it just would have been next to impossible for this to be put together otherwise. I mean, assembled. So these little pins here attach to other parts of the model. And I'm just getting rid of unevenness here that will keep it from fitting. But a lot of this stuff, like these torpedo racks, just actually attach to that. So the inside of this needs to be painted the same color as the rest of the bulkheads. So whatever that green turns out to be, that'll be the inside of it. The outside will be dark gray, the color of the hull. The very top here is where the escape hatch goes. And that's another part. That's this part that ends up going in there. And there are these little troublesome circle things here again. These might end up showing, so I'm going to try to sand them down. I don't know if I'm going to bother filling them in or not. I might try that one. It depends on how this sands. If I can get it so that they don't show. I am making this one disappear. This is the one that shows the least, but you know, it's practice. Feel it. It's mostly not there anymore. This one will show. I'm going to do my best to make this one disappear. sanding the whole area down so that if there's a depression, the depression is spread over a long distance and won't be obvious. Largely gone. Still feel a little bit of it, not very much. So what I'll be doing, between now and next Wednesday is giving these a clean because there's a lot of little dust, plastic dust on them now. Little raised edges everywhere. There, that's really obvious there, and that would mean a very bad fit with the part that it attaches to. I'm going to run the file down this whole thing here. It's almost all of these plastic parts have just this tiny little raised edge. Better off not being okay. Okay, so there's that. Now we've got, as far as this goes, this bed, this is really a mess. These little prongs here are where it glues in, and this is where the tree was here. One of the prongs is actually like attached to the remnants of the tree. There's a raised edge along this whole thing. This isn't seen, okay, because this is where it attaches, but if it's not flat, it's not going to fit flat. Just a lot of plastic there. That does not mean. I don't want to make this too small because I want it to be able, these are basically just alignment points. So I guess if they're a little small, that isn't really a huge problem. They just go in here like this. So what's important is that they're small enough to fit, right? But I can feel that it's rocking, so what's happening here is that this one's still, it's too big on the bottom, okay, where the tree was, and that. So far, yeah, some of these might need I probably should try to see if they fit before I prime them. I'll do that off stream between now and the time I prime. But it's like this, if this is going to go in here on this side, okay, and it's supposed to lay flat against the surface, then what we don't want is for one of these to be bigger than the hole, like the bottom one still is. This one, that fits, but the bottom one is still too big. right down here, there's too much plastic at the bottom, and so the bottom isn't fitting. So this is just an example of testing these parts to make sure that they fit properly. Certainly before going through all the trouble of painting them and then having to do this to them after they're painted. So yeah, there's this. We'll just clean that up a little bit on the edge here. This is a ladder, and that broke off at the bottom, and down here is the rest of the ladder. So along the back is kind of a mystery to me. It looks like there's just parts that are sticking up that shouldn't be. Maybe even, just like I said, there's these circles. The ones back there are next to impossible to get to. I think, yeah, I've got this file. I'm going to see if I can't file those down, make them largely disappear. It's in there pretty well. They just are really annoying. It's like, why are they there? There's one right here that is in a very obvious spot that I want to get rid of. This will be painted the same color as in the background, so I don't need to mess with it too much, but it's pretty clear that there's chunks of plastic here that just shouldn't be there. They don't add to the aesthetics, I'll tell you that. Yeah, but there's this raised, it's one of those circles right there. That's a raised edge, and I'm just going to get rid of it. It'll come off pretty quickly. And just make this whole thing kind of even. Yeah. No, it's pretty much disappeared, and I'm much happier for that. So these are beds. That looks really uncomfortable. There's just no space to get in and out. 3 high. And this whole thing will be painted tan or whatever color I choose. And then the bed sheets and pillows need to be painted white. So this will be the first painting challenge we really get to of anything we've done so far. The torpedoes are going to be pretty straightforward. They're just silver and red. It looked like it had disappeared from another area. It hasn't. So I'm going to take away some more plastic, especially at the top here, where that's likely to show more. There's plenty of plastic there. So there's no reason why it can't be at the same level as the bottom of that little circle hole. better. The bottom one's harder to get to. But we'll just poke away at it as well. Okay, so that's the bunk. This is the ladder, little bit of ladder that needs to be reattached. Okay, so we got these. Got the torpedoes. That's pretty much it, other than this for the forward torpedo room. And what I was going to do with this is just get some more sandpaper and because the paint is not even on there, I'm just going to rub it off and also make sure I get the gloss off so that the primer adheres. And we got these circle issues here. These circle issues are going to go away by being rubbed out. So there, we're just doing this. Get all this easy, the areas that are easily accessible, and then we will work at the areas that are harder. Fire extinguishers here. The little tops of the stairs. I'm going to get this little file out again. And I'm going to use this because it's a square, just use this to get those angles. And getting the paint out, some of the paint out because it kind of globbed up on the steps. So part of it is to get rid of the gloss. And part of it is to bring back some of the detail of the stuff. It wasn't one of those tiny little pieces that's impossible to find again. I'll be dropping those later. Almost certainly. Okay, well, I'm going to run out of time to do the prep work on all of this. I'm going to keep at it here. And what I might end up doing is I might just keep the stream going long until I'm done. And if you can't stick around, that's understandable. That's fine. Or you can, take a break just on like YouTube or something and come back to it later. But I would like to get these prepped well enough so that I can prime them between now and next Wednesday. And then I can work on it. And well, as I'm looking at this, there's a bunch of things that get glued in to various places. And just like that one piece I was looking at before, where the fit wasn't very good, I want to make sure that the fit works on all of these pieces before I do the priming. Right now, I am pretty much just focused on making sure that the gloss, getting rid of the gloss, and in some cases, lumpiness of the paint underneath. Okay, so here I want to not mess up the detail. There's a really nice door frame with little bolts and stuff on it. And there's a handle that rotates on this door. So I'm going to be a little more cautious in the use of the paper because I want to get the paint off, but I don't want to lose the detail. These are nice light fixtures that go above the bunks. Kind of cool, huh? So what I'm hoping here is that I can get the gloss off and the primer will adhere and that I'm not losing much of the detail. But we're just going to not mess with this too much. Make sure it feels smooth. Feeling for the lumpiness of the paint. Yeah, this seems okay. That circle's going away. This circle is going to show pretty badly, so I'm going to sand this. I'm going to sand this one and that one pretty heavily. It's just a flat surface. And I don't want them to be showing. I just saw them as I rotated this. It became pretty clear that they were still there. So putting these in be a little tricky because there's paint in the holes. So I might have to just have to dig out some of that paint, like with a dental tool or something. I don't know. We'll see. Depending on the feedback, maybe we'll come back to this on Friday and finish it up. Otherwise, I'll do it like over the weekend. Looking for the finish, the fit before I prime. We get rid of this one below the stairs. I don't know if that'll ever show, but why not? I mean, it's underneath all the torpedo tubes and everything, but you never know. Yuck, this is making a mess. On this side, you got these light fixtures. You got the door. I'm not sure what goes here. That might be the bathroom. I don't know. I'm just going to take this, fold it over, and get just in between there, just to try to get that gloss down. Get the little paint buildup out of the way. I can't do much with the door without hurting it, I think. Well, there's a lot of dust here. Okay, what do we got? We got the pieces of the sail here. I'm running out of time, so we're just going to. That was not good. Okay. The escape hatch that I had sitting on top of it so that I wouldn't forget about it. Let's just take care of that. These have hatches on top that are visible, and they're really a mess. I mean, there's just really bad mold marks here. Fortunately, it looks like they come off pretty easily, but still it's unfortunate that they're there. Like you don't need this line right down the middle of the top of your hatch, right? These, these sit right on the top of the submarine. They're very visible. And they're really messed up. Take a little time to try to clean them up without damaging them. Here is I'm trying to get this cleaned up. They look nice. Cute little ladder on the inside of the hatch that takes you up to the hatch. That's nice. And I think I got that. I got that looking okay so that there aren't lines across the top. So there's that. That was important. This is not too bad. Just need to clean off the part where it was attached to the tree here. A lot of detail on there that, yeah, is molded pretty well. This side is not going to show at all, so I'm not worried about that. You got these 3 tubes. You need to be flat on the top. Yeah, so I'm going to probably go till like quarter after because I would just like to have these cleaned up enough so that at some point I can do fit, make sure that they fit. And then when I know that they will fit, the reason I'm doing this is that these little bits here, the snorkels and so on, fit in here, and they actually slide up and down. Cool. So I'm going to clean out the inside of that. There aren't any mold marks on this. That's pretty cool. That's nice. A little bit. Maybe that's where it was attached to the tree. It's a little spot there, a little raised spot. Okay, so that's one. This one is not bad. That's good. Yeah, that's where it was attached to the tree. That's why they're off too. Tiny little spot. That just broke right off, intentionally or not. It's 2. This one's a mess on top, just like the other one. It's using my fingernail to feel if I got it smooth. Sometimes that's more accurate than looking at it. So those are the 3 tubes. These pieces should be pretty good, except for the bits where they were attached, where they broke off or cut off. Just a matter of cleaning that down. This is the bottom. I don't think that will show. And the reason I'm even saying anything about that is it's got these annoying circles on it. But because there's no reason not to, I am going to just take some sandpaper and sand those out in a little bit. This is the access. There's a little ladder in there that you come in from the bottom and climb up into the hatch that's over there. So it seems to be filed off. That's where it was cut off the tree. There's quite a lot of it attached to that. And then, yeah, holding on to these is not always. We want it to match the contour of the underlying plastic, but not be, more than necessary. And the back of you won't see the back of this anyway, because it's the back and it's designed for you to just see the front. But might as well make it clean. That. And we'll just keep moving up here. Again, this is pretty straightforward except for where it's attached to the tree. Just need to clean that off. And we got these little circle things all over it again. You're going to be able to see it from the side. So actually, I'm not too worried about that. I think this is the top. The trouble, putting the hatch that you go up into on this. This one I think I will clean up. This is the top of this one. That's the part that you see. These two are really close together, this one and this one. So whatever is in between will be pretty invisible. I mean, we'll paint it because you'll be able to see it's painted, but I don't think you'll see these circles. I'm not sure. On the other hand, they're a flat surface. It'd be easy to sand out, and maybe I'll do that. This is the top. Top is definitely visible. And my guess is that after this is glued on, there will be some filling in to do, especially around the back. I don't recall that this part fits very well. So there might be some filling, like up here where it was attached to the tree. When it broke off a little, I think it broke off a little too far. You can see there's a little divot there. So after this is glued on, probably there's a little indentation here. We'll see how it fits, but it's easy enough to put a little filler in there and then just with very fine sandpaper, sand it down, because the submarine doesn't have those divots. So we'll just leave this alone until it's put together. This is the staircase. This has the circle on it that I really don't like. And so I'm going to clean that off. This is another one of those down around the bottom, there's a lip of plastic kind of things. Right along the whole side of this. It's just uneven. And this side especially is going to show because it goes in this way. And so I'm going to clean this side up. And I think I'll clean the other side up too, because it's supposed to fit nicely into wherever it's going. And we're getting close to being done with this mess. These are not good. Okay. These have a lot of mold marks on them. They were attached in the wrong places. This is supposed to be coming to a point. It's the antenna. I will feel safe in trying to file that down. Yeah, the picture all shows this coming to a point, and that's where it was attached to the tree, and it definitely is not. What I'm going to do with these is just take this sandpaper and, because you can't really see the mold marks too much on them until they're painted, I'm just going to give them a light sanding all the way around across like that. Okay, well, it's not. I think that's closer to what was intended than what we had at the beginning. It's one of them. One of these is a snorkel intake. Yeah, the mold marks on this are pretty bad on the side of the plastic. This is supposed to be a snorkel intake, and the other one is a snorkel exhaust. Like I said, you can't see the mold marks too much at the moment, but once they're painted, it'll show, like here, right across the top. There's not supposed to be a line there, and then this is where it was attached to the tree, so that needs to be filed down flat on the whole surface. This fits into an indentation in the sail. When this goes down, it's supposed to fit in here and go up and down. And of course, it doesn't. The hole is too small, or this whole thing might be too big. So yeah, fit and finish, that's going to be an issue here, is making sure that these slide in their openings, which it doesn't. So that hole will have to be expanded, or this will have to be sanded down yet even further. We will see which way that goes. The designers went out of their way in this top of the sail, so you can see this, for this to fit in, right? Which it doesn't exactly. Yeah, well, these will need more work before I prime them, because I have to make sure that they operate well. So if I take this and take this tube, okay, it slides up and down in the tube fine. But that doesn't do any good if on the very top you put it in here and it doesn't even fit in the hole. Okay, so yeah, that needs to be worked out to the satisfaction of both parties. So there should not be a ridge on the front and the back of this. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do here is, it's actually 2 o'clock and there's still a fair amount of work to do, because I need to make sure these parts fit before I prime them, is that if you can let me know if the submarine is something you like and will continue to want to watch. I can do a couple of things. One is I can come back to this on Friday and do like all the fit and finish stuff right during the stream, because there's more of it to do. Or if you don't like it at all, I can stop doing it completely. Anyway, it's important for me to know whether you want to continue to see work on the submarine on submarine Wednesdays, or not. And I'll probably stick to that. I need to make those fit. The mold marks on this aren't bad. This is like the snorkel intake. Although I would say it looks more like the snorkel exhaust. I think they got them backward. The other one looks like the intake. Who am I to say, right? I'm not the submariner. Why do you say submariner? It should be submariner, right? It's a submarine. It's not a submarine. Let's quibble about that. That is worth a quibble. Let's see, the top of this is where it's attached to the tree, so it is not a little spike on there. It's supposed to be just like a top of a funnel. Yes. Yep. Way past time. I'm going to wrap this up and either come back to it Friday or on my own time off stream, somewhat depending on what kind of feedback I get from people who may have watched this, in terms of whether you want to keep seeing Submarine Wednesday, or whether I should just going back to D&D minifigs, of which there are many. And we also have like about 2,000 floor tiles, it looks like, that were just primed. Some of them are parts of sewers, lots of sewer tiles, cut stone floors, that kind of thing. that Nikki primed yesterday with primer that was not behaving well. Okay. I'm going to just stop now and make a decision a little later about whether I'll do more of this on Friday or whether I'll do it off stream and get this all to fit and finish, like this one. Does this fit in the hole? Yeah, this one works fine. Okay. And the radio antenna, which goes here, works fine, but snorkel intake doesn't. And it looks largely because the hole is not in the hole. Okay. It's the hole is, there's this indent here and the hole doesn't quite fit there. So I'm going to just enlarge that. Yeah, so there's still stuff that needs to be cleaned up. These periscopes and radar antennas have lots of mold marks on them. I want to get rid of the circles. Then I need to test all the fit and finish, and then we'll prime this stuff and begin working on it over the next week. I'm going to leave this for now. Hopefully that won't be in anybody's way, and clean it up when the stream ends, which is now. The stream is ending. We'll see you on Friday with Relaxing Painting with Dice and Dungeons. Thanks for joining in. I hope that this was fun. I was enjoying it. Doing a whole lot more work on this than I did when I was a kid, though, that's for sure. Anyway, thanks. We'll see you Friday.